Hey guys, how you all? In today's video, we are diving into social media REST APIs. We will use Node.js, Express.js, and for database, we will use MongoDB database. And from basic CRUD operations to advanced features like authentication, JWT tokens, image uploads, story uploads, comments, likes, blocking functionality, messaging, and many more. I've got it all covered in this 6-hour video. So let's dive into the world of social media REST APIs. So I have already laid the foundation, our project folder, that is social media app, and it stands ready to become a thriving digital community. But right now it's an empty project. So let us open our terminal and let's create a new folder inside this social media app folder, that is backend. Okay, now let's head over to the backend folder. Perfect. So let us kick off our project by creating package.json inside the backend folder. So for that, let's write npm init here. Okay, we'll get some options and just press enter and we will be good to go. Okay, yes. Okay, now you can see package.json file should be there. Yeah, it is there. And all the dependencies will go inside this file. You'll see. All right, our project's got a home, but it's feeling a bit empty. So it's time to invite some essential guests to the party. So let's fire up our terminal with some excellent Node.js packages. So I'm going to install those packages. Here's the command that we are using, that is npm install and the package name. So first of all, we are going to install Express. So let's write Express. This is our main server framework and it will handle incoming requests, route them to the right places, and send responses back out. And after that, we're going to install Mongoose. This is our trusty bridge to the MongoDB database, and it will help us define data models, interact with collections, and keep our data organized. After that, we're going to install Bcrypt, that is the security guard for our users' password. And after that, we are going to install .env. So it is like a secret vault for our API sensitive keys and settings. And after that, let's install uh, what should we install? Let's install cookie parser. So let's write cookie parser, and it will help us manage cookies and a little bits of data with that. And let's install JSON web token. So let's write JSON web token. So it will generate secure tokens that verifies our user identities and protects sensitive routes. And after that, we are going to install multer for image uploads. And after that, we are going to install path, that is it is like a guide to our navigation. So that's it, I guess. Yeah, now let's press in enter. So all the dependencies are getting installed and you can see After installing, node modules and package.log.json should be there. So yeah, they're installed, and you can see all the dependencies inside the package.json. Okay, let's put it down. Yeah, and now let's create a file that is index.js, and this is the starting point of our server. So now let's write some code. Let's bring the express package first. Okay, require express, and now we will create a instance of the express server, that is our app variable. And now we will start our port where our server will listen. So for that, so let us write app.listen, and let's write the port as 5000 and a function here, and let's console log app is running. Okay, so our server is alive and ready to handle requests. So now if we uh, start the server, then to start the server we have to write node index.js, and you can see, we can see that app is running. Okay, so everything is working fine. Now let's create a demo get route. For that, you have to write app.get, and this should be the home route, and it will take a request and response, and as a response it will send hello world. Okay, so now if we go to our browser and go to localhost 5000, we can see, okay, we have to restart the server because we have changed some code. So node index.js and app is running. Okay, and let's refresh, and there it is, hello world. Okay, so we are getting hello world as a response. So you can see after I start the server and I made code changes, I had to restart the server again and again. So to avoid it, I'll install a new package, that is nodemon, so that we don't have to restart the server again and again. So I'm clicking Control C, and now let's install the nodemon. npm install nodemon. Okay, let it install. Okay, it is installed, and you can see that in package.json. Okay, it is there. Now to set up the nodemon, go to scripts and just write for start. In production mode we are going to use node index.js, and for development mode we are going to use nodemon. So for that, let's write start dev, and it should be nodemon index.js. Okay, okay, that's it. And now to start our server, let's write nodemon index.js. Okay, okay, it is started, but it is saying that new version is available because I had nodemon globally installed. but that's okay. Now let's go to our browser and let's refresh, and let's try to change some codes, and you can see this server is started again. We don't have to start this manually again and again. So this is the benefit of nodemon. Let's write some codes here, and you can see the changes there. So yeah, now let's do some practice before we move ahead to the creation of REST API. So for that, let's practice the get and post routes. For that, I'm going to create a new array of posts. Give it a ID of 1, and I'm going to give it a title, first post, and let's give it a content. It should be, this is first post content. Okay, now let's create the second post object. Copy this and paste it here. Let's change it a little bit. Second post, and ID should be 2, and this is second post. Okay, there was a typo. Let's fix it. Yeah. So there is an array, and what I'll do is I'll try to fetch this array data as a get request. So for that, app.get, and the route should be slash posts, and request and response should be there, and let's try to send as a response, and as a JSON data let's send the posts. So if we go to posts slash, let's refresh it. Okay, slash posts, you should see the data is there. You can see, yeah. And let's create another route. Like if we want to get a individual post, for that it should be get request and slash posts, and ID should be there. And let's like remove this console, it is disturbing us. So let's write here request response, and inside it, to get the dynamic ID, what we do is const post ID equals, we get it from request. So let's parse int because it is a string. So request dot params dot id, and after that we will iterate through the array and match if there is any id. Const post equals posts dot find index, find post, and let's iterate. P dot id should be equal to post id. So we'll get the post, and after that we can send the post as a response. But before that, let's write a condition here. If we don't find any post, then we will return response dot status. Let's say the status should be 404 not found, and JSON, and let's pass a object of error, post not found. Okay. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll send the post as a response. So response.send post. This is how you fetch data from dynamic routes, and let's see if it works or not. Let's go to our browser, and if we go to slash posts slash one, you can see the id 1 post is there, and we can get the id 2 post, and if we find the id 3 post, you can see post not found is there. So yeah, our route is working fine. Now let's create a post route. So let's write app dot post, as it is a post route. So inside quotations, let's write the route as slash post and request posts and request and response. Okay, and after that, const title, let's say new post, and let's create a variable of content as new post. This is new post, and what we will do is we'll create the new post and push it to the array of posts. So id should be posts dot length plus 1, and title should be there, and content should be there. Now we will push this new post to the posts array. Okay, and we will send the response dot status as 200 or 201, whatever, dot json new post. Now to test this post request, you can install some extensions, like you can install rapid api extension. So this is the extension, rapid api client, or else you can use thunder client, which I'm going to use in this video. And or else you can use postman. You have to download this application and you can use it. This is a great software to use in api testing. So you can use whatever you want. I'm going to use thunder client in this video. So let's go to the extension and let's create a new request. Let's change the URL, http localhost 5000 port and slash posts, and it should be a post request. And let's try to click on send, and you can see the post is there and it was created. Now if you go to get all the posts, you can see a new post has been added successfully. So this is how post requests work. You can now remove this. So I have given a brief introduction of how REST APIs work. Now let's remove all of these codes. And now, as a next step, we will be connecting our application with MongoDB database. So let's write MongoDB in Chrome. So I'm already logged in, so it will open my account. And for you guys, you can just go to MongoDB and click on this link, and from here you can just click on start free, and there you will get the option to log in or sign up according to your condition. You just log in or sign up. I have logged into my account. Now to create a new project, I'll have to click on this button. Now let's add a name to the project. I'm naming it social media app, and click on next, create project. Okay, the project is created. You can see on the top left corner the social media app is there, and if you go to database, let's click on build a database and just choose the free tier, and let's click on create. Let's set the password. I am setting password as social, and let's create the user. Okay, after that you can add your IP address here. It is already added in my case. So let's click on finish and go to overview. Okay, so the database is created now, and I'm going to show you a few settings. Go to database access. From here you can change your password, and if you go to network access, you can edit the IP address, and you can allow access from everywhere. So I'm clicking confirm, so it will be enabled. Now it will be accessed from anywhere, and we just need the password. And anywhere mean from any IP address. Now it is done, and now let's go to database, and if you click on connect, you'll get some options. I'm clicking on drivers. You can choose any option. Let's click on drivers, and there you'll get a URL to connect to the database. And to connect to the database, let's create a new folder here, database folder. Let's create a new file here, db.js, and let's require the mongoose package here. So const mongoose equals require mongoose, and after that let's create the function connect db function, and it should be an async function. So for that, let's write here async. Okay, and let's write the module dot exports equals connectdb, so that we can use this function anywhere else in our project. And let's add the try catch block. Let's add a console log here. If in case there is any error, we will console log database is not connected, and after that we will concatenate the error. Okay, so now to connect with database, we just have to write await mongoose dot connect, and let's paste the URL. Okay, and here you can change this with your password, and let's add the collection name here, social. Okay, everything looks perfect. So now you can go to index.js and use this function. Before that, let's zoom in a little bit and let's go to index.js, and over there let's call this function. It is auto imported also. Now let's see in our terminal, database should be connected. Okay, we are not able to see anything because there is no console log after this line. So let's add a console log here. Database connected successfully. So let's see. Yeah, database connected successfully is there. So our this step is also done. Database is successfully connected with our application. But there is a problem because we cannot use the database URL like that. For that, you can see we cannot use it like that. So for that, we are going to use .env package. So let's require this package, const.env, require .env. Okay, const. Now after that, let's write here .env.config. So now we are able to use any .env variables in our application. Now let's create a file here, .env file, and if we write mongo URL and just cut this whole URL, paste it here, and let's add another variable, that is port 5000. And now to use this, you have to write process.env dot the variable name, and here also to use the port, write process.env dot port. Now you can see it is running completely fine. So this is how you protect some important information in our application using .env package. Let's create a new folder, that is the model folder, and inside this folder all the schemas should be there. So let us create the first file, user.js, and inside this user.js the blueprint of a user should be there. So let us see how we can create that. For that, let's write const mongoose equals, let's require the mongoose. Okay, now let's create the user schema. Okay, now let's write new mongoose dot schema, and inside this the blueprint object should be there. So it should have a username. It should be of type string, and required should be true, and it should be unique, and you can like trim true so that the spaces before and after should be gone. And after that, let's write email of type string, and required should be true here. After that, unique should be true, trim should also be true, and it should be lowercase. For that, let's write lowercase true. Okay, let's write it here also. And after that, our user should have password, and type should be string, required should be true, and after that, full name should be there. It should be of type string, and required should be true. It should Each user should have a full name. Trim should be true. After that, the user should have bio. So type should be string. Trim should be true. Feel free to modify these fields also according to your convenience. And after this bio, there should be profile picture, which should be of type string, type string, and default should be like empty string, and there should be cover picture also. Cover picture type string, and default should be an empty string. After that, there should be posts. There can be multiple posts, so it should be an array. And write type. Actually, let's refactor it. So let's write it like this. Okay, and it should be connected with post schemas. So type should be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Okay, and ref should be post. Okay, and yeah, after that there should be followers. Okay, uh let's not write it like this. Yeah, followers. The type should be of user schema. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and ref should be user, and there can be multiple followers. After that, let's write following. Let's copy this and paste it here, and let's write following. Okay, and after that, let's make blocklist. Okay, of same type. And what else? Yeah, just add timestamps here. Timestamps, it should be true. Okay, I think everything is done. Username, email, password, bio profile picture, cover picture. Okay, everything is done. Now let's write const user equals mongoose model user, and there should be user schema that we have created just now, and module.exports equals user, so that we can use this user anywhere in our project. Okay, perfect. Now let's go for another schema, that is of post.js. This is the post schema. So let's write const mongoose equals require mongoose. Let's require the mongoose package. Yeah, and after that, let's create const post schema equals new mongoose dot schema. Okay, object, and it should have user, which should be connected with user schema. So type should be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Okay, and ref should be user. Okay, and required should be true. And there should be caption. Type should be string, and you can add trim to be true. Okay, after that, there should be image. There can be multiple images, so it should be of type array. Okay, write it like this, so it should be better looking. Okay, and inside this, let's write type should be string, because URL should be there, and required can be false. We can have our posts without images. And after this image, let's write likes. There can be multiple likes by users, so type should be of user schema. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and reference should be of user. Okay, after that, comment can be there, comments. Okay, array it should be, and type should be of user schema, mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Okay, and after that rep should be of comment schema, so it should be comment. We're going to create the comment schema later, and after this let's write timestamps here, timestamps, so that we can get the post creation time. Okay, I think everything is there. Yeah, now let's write const post equals mongoose dot model and post, and it should be post schema. And now let's export it like module dot exports equals post. Okay, so post schema is also done. Now let us move ahead to the comment schema, comment.js. Yeah, import the mongoose package, const mongoose equals require mongoose. Okay, const comment schema equals new mongoose.schema. Okay, and inside this user should be there, which is a type of user schema. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot user id, sorry, object id. Yeah, and after that ref should be user and required should be true. Okay, after that post should be there, because without post there can be no comment. So let's write type mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Yeah, and ref should be post, because the comment should be connected with the post, and required should be true. There should be text, which is the content of the comment, and type should be string, and required should be true, and trim, you can, like, you can write this to be true, and there can be likes, which is a type of array. Type should be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and ref should be users, sorry, user ref user, and we can have replies, there can be multiple replies, so it should be an array, and the object type, there can be user inside. Okay, let's copy this and paste it here, and replies should have texts also, and Replies can have likes also. So let's copy this also and paste it inside. Yeah. After that, we can have created that. Type should be update and default should be date.now. Okay. Yeah, that's it, I guess, for replies. Okay, you can copy this and paste it after replies also. Okay, and now let's write const comment equals mongoose dot model and comment, and after that comment schema. Now let's write module dot exports equals comment. Okay, so comment schema is also done. Okay, everything looks good. Yeah, user text likes created at. Okay, perfect. Now let's move ahead to the next schema, that is the story schema. Story.js and const mongoose equals require mongoose. Okay, now const story schema equals new mongoose schema. Okay, and inside this an object and user should be there. You can copy from here user. Okay, paste it here, and after that text can be there, so let's add text, and image can also be there, so image which should be of type string, type string. Yeah, and required you can mark it as false. Okay, and you can write created at also, so let's add it here inside story.js. Yeah, yeah, that's it. And const story equals mongoose dot model story and story schema. Yeah, and let's module dot export it equals story. Yeah, so story schema is also done. Now, yeah, now let's move ahead to the next schema, that is the conversation schema. Yeah, so const the same step again, const mongoose equals require mongoose, const conversation schema equals new mongoose dot schema. Okay, inside conversation, participants can be there. Participants, and it is a type of array, and inside it, two users should be there. So you can just write here type mongoose schema dot object dot types dot object id. Yeah, and ref should be user. Okay, and required should be true. Perfect. And after that, let's just add timestamps here. True. Yeah, and I think this is enough. So just write here const conversation equals mongoose dot model conversation conversation, and let's write here conversation schema. Let's write module dot exports equals conversation. Okay, so this is also done. Now let's go for the last schema, that is message schema. Message.js. Yeah, let's remove this. I have to charge my laptop. Con mongoose equals require mongoose, and after that const message schema equals new mongoose dot schema, and inside this let's just add the first bracket here. So there should be conversation id, because every message should belong to a conversation. So that is why conversation id, and it should be of type conversation schema. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Yeah, and rep should be conversation. Yeah, and required you can mark it as true, because obviously that is required. Yeah, and after that you can add sender id or sender, so which is a type of user schema. So let's write type, or you can just copy this from post. Yeah, just copy this, use it. Okay, so sender is also done, and after that you can write text, that is the main message. So type is string, and required should be true, because without it uh, there is no point to have a message. So after this just add timestamps here. Okay, Yeah, let's change it to comma. And const message equals mongoose dot model message and message schema. Let's write module dot exports equals message. So all of our schema is done. You can see comment schema, conversation comment, conversation schema, message, post, story, and lastly the user schema. So yeah, all of the schemas are done. Now let us create the routes where we will use our CRUD operations. So let's create a new folder here inside our backend folder, routes. Okay, and inside this routes folder, let us first create the routes for authentication. This will include registration, login, logout, etc. So our first step is to require the express package. So let us require the package and let's create the router, and let's write it like this. We are going to use the router package of express. Now let's highlight the routes. Those are register, login, logout, and refetch user. Refetch current user or fetch current user. And we can write module dot exports equals router. So for the registration route, this will be a post request, and let us write router dot post, and the URL should be slash register. Okay, now let us create an async function here, async, which will take request and response, and let's create the function. Okay, now let's add the try catch block. Okay, for the error, let's write response dot status code of 500, and inside JSON data we are passing the error. So after that, let's go to models and let's go to user, and we can see the necessary uh, properties that are required to create the user. So let us try to create a dummy user. For that, let's write const. Okay, it is auto suggesting. So let us write new user equals new user, and inside it let's write the username, and for now let's hard code it, John, and email, let's write it like this. Email should be john@gmail.com. Password, let's say it should be 123456, and after that let's add the full name. We are adding the required fields. Full name should be John Doe, let's say John Doe. Okay, and after that let's add the bio. Let's write, hey there, this is John Doe. Okay, so these were the necessary fields, and after that What we are gonna do is, actually, let's disable this extension. It is disturbing us. So let's go to my extensions and let's write Beto. Let's disable this. Okay, it is disabled, and let's reload. Okay, now it won't disturb us again. So back to our project. Let us now save this dummy user in our database. So for that, let's create a new variable that is saved user equals await, and what it will do is it will save the new user variable to our database. So await new user dot save, and we can now send the response with the status code of 201 and with JSON data of saved user. Okay, now let's import the user schema. So const user equals require, inside models there is user schema. Okay, now for the testing of our REST APIs, I'm going to use the Thunder client. Before that, let us import the auth router here. So auth router or auth route equals require. Let us require it from routes folder and use it as a middleware app.use. Let's add the URL, that would be /API/auth, and let's add the route. Okay, now it should be working fine. Let's write /API/auth/register. You can see this is the URL, and after that it will concatenate this register. So the URL becomes /API/auth/register. Now it should be post request. So let's click on send, and you can see status code 201 created, and you can see the data. And let's go to our database and see if the data is there or not. You can see users is there, and here it is, the data is there, and user is registered successfully. This was our hard coded data. Now let us take this data from the user. So let us write here request.body, which means everything that the user is providing from the client side, you can say. And let's go to the body and let's paste the data here, and let's write it like this. This is a JSON data that we are passing. Okay, refactor this a little bit. Now let's click on send. Before that, let's change this because it should be unique. Let's click on send, and there is some error. So let us try to see what was the error. Let's try to console log the request.body here. Now let's click on send. So you can see this is undefined. That means the data is not coming to our required route. So I know what was the problem, so let's solve this. App.use express.json to parse the JSON data. Now it should work fine. Let's click on send. Okay, you can see the user is created with the status code of 201, and in our console log the data is printed. You can see that here is the data. So yeah, that's it. This is how you process the JSON data from client side to server side and save it to our database. Okay, then the register route is working fine, but we have to modify this function a little bit. So for that, I am removing all of the codes from here. So let us first import the bcrypt package to encrypt our passwords. So let's require bcrypt. Okay, now let's extract. Actually, let's write const password and username and email. Let's get them all from request.body. Okay, now let's try to see if there is any user which has this username or email. So let's write it like this: user.find1, and to see if this email or username exists in our database or not, let's write it like this: write or $or, and inside it let's write username like this and email. Okay, let's add comma here. Okay, so what it will do is it will check if there is any existing user or not, and if there is no existing user, or if there is existing user, then we are going to return an error message. So response.status 400 and .json, we will write username or email already exists. Okay, and if that is not the case, then we will write const salt equals await bcrypt dot gen salt, and let's say 10. It will create an integer, and after that const hashed password equals await. We will use the bcrypt package, and we will use the hash sync method to encrypt the password with the salt. It will create a encrypted password. So after that, let's try to create the user. So const new user equals new user, and let us take all of the data from request.body using spread operator. And after that, for the password, we are going to use the hashed password to save it to the database. Okay, now let's write const saved user equals await new user dot save. It will save the user to our database, and after that we can return the response with the status code of 201 and with the JSON data of saved user. Okay, so the register route is complete. Now we can test this route. Let's go to collections and let's create a new collection here, that is social media, and let's create a new folder here for all the auth routes. So auth folder, and inside it we are going to create the new request for register. So let's write register here. Let's write the URL and post request. Let's copy this and let's go here, and inside the body let's paste it. Okay, let's change the data. Let's write it as Jane. Password should be, let's say, Jane. Full name Jane, and this is Jane Doe. Okay, now let's click on send. Before that, yeah, let's set the terminal and let's click on send. You can see the user is created with an encrypted password. Let's go to our database and let's refresh. You can see there is the new user and it has the encrypted password. Let's delete the previous users. Okay, okay, deleted. And yeah, our register route is complete. So this is how you register user to our database. Let's add some more users. John, John, and John Doe. Let's click on send, and yeah, successful. Let's create another user there. Okay, so now let's move ahead to our next route. So let us create our next important route, that is login route. Router.post, and the URL should be slash login, and let's create the async function. So the function is created, and inside this function let's create the try catch blocks. So for the error, status code should be 500, and inside JSON we are going to print the error. So let us create the first variable, that is user. Now if we provide email address inside our body, then we are going to log in with email, and we will search the user using the email ID. So user should be equals to await user dot find one, and we will find the user using the email ID. So email should be request.body.email. Okay, now else if we provide the username to log in, then we will search the user using the username. So user dot find one, and username, it should be request dot body dot username. Okay. After this, if we don't get our user, then we will return a error. If there is no user, we are going to return response dot status code of 404, and inside JSON we will write user not found. Okay, perfect. Now if we have user, then our next step should be to match the password. So let's create the variable const match equals await. We are going to use bcrypt here and compare function of bcrypt. So what it will do is it will compare the actual password and the provided password. So the provided password is request.body.password, and the actual password is user.password. So after that, if the match is false, then we can return the error message in our response. So return response dot status. Status code should be 401, and inside JSON we will provide wrong credentials. Okay. Otherwise, what we will do is we will return the response with a status code of 200, and inside JSON for now we are printing logged in successfully. We will improve this later. For now it looks fine. Now let's test this route. Let's create a new request here that is for login, and it should be post request, and let's write the URL here: http localhost / API / auth / login. Okay, now inside request.body, let's provide the credentials. Let's log in first with username. So let's write the password. Let's click on send. So logged in successfully. Now let us try to log in with email. Email. Okay, email was john@gmail.com. Let's click on send and logged in successfully. Now let us try to change the email a little bit. So you can see user not found. Now let us change the password and let's see what it gives. So wrong credentials. So perfect. Login functionality is working fine. Now we have to update that route a little bit. Now we will take this function to a next level. So what we will do is we will be creating a JWT token whenever a user logs in into the system, and that JWT token will be later used to do the important authorization and verifications. So let us require the JWT token inside the JWT variable. So let us now remove this line and try to print the user. So response.status and status code 200, and inside JSON data we are printing the user. Let's try to log in. Let's click on send, and you can see the user data is there. So let us now create the JWT token. So for that, const token equals JWT dot sign method, and inside it we will pass the user ID, and we will pass a secret key, and after that we will set it as expires in 3 days, so it will be expired after 3 days. Now let's console log the token and see. Let's log in again and let's go to our terminal. So there is the long gibberish string, that is the JWT token that we have created. So now we will be storing the JWT token to our cookies. So for that, let's go to auth.js again. Now I will remove all of this and write it from scratch. So I will separate out the password and use the spread operator in rest of our data and write user here. Okay, so after that we will be returning. Before that, let's create the token. So const token equals JWT dot sign, and we will pass the user ID, and after that we will be creating a secret key. So let's create the secret key inside our .env file. So let's paste it here. You have to create these two secret keys, that is JWT secret and JWT expire. Now let's use the JWT secret key. So process.env.jwt secret. Okay, and after that let's provide the expiration time. So expires in process.env.jwt expire. Okay, so token will be created. Now we will be storing the token in our cookies by the name of token. So the status code should be 200, and we will be sending the data. Okay, so that's it. Let's see if it works or not. Let's go to login and try to log in again. Let's click on send. Okay, I think, okay, so the necessary data is inside underscore doc, so we have to use that. Let's go to auth.js and let's write here underscore doc, and let's try to log in again. Let's click on send. Yeah, you can see all the necessary data are there except the password. Now let's go to cookies and let's see if the cookie is there or not. Yeah, the cookie is there. You can see name is token and there is the value. So this is how we log in and create the login route. So we can now move ahead to our next route, that is logout route. So for the logout route, let's write route dot get. It should be a get request. So let's write get here, and the URL should be /logout. Let's create the function async request and response arrow function, and let's add the try catch block error. Okay, response dot status of 500, and we are going to send the error as JSON data. Okay, and inside this we are going to clear the cookie and user will be logged out. So let's add the cookie name, and let's write here same site. Let's make it none, and secure, let's make it true. So what this will do is, so it will enable the cookie to be sent in cross origin requests, and it will only be sent over HTTP connections only. So the connection will be secure. That is why I have written that. And let's add the status code to be 200, and let's add JSON and write user logged out successfully. Okay, so login route is also done. Let us now test this route. Let's create a new request, logout. Okay, let's write the URL logout. Okay, now let's click on send, and user logged out successfully. Let's go to cookies, and you can see there is no cookie and no token. So yeah, our logout route is done. So now let's create the last route of auth router, that is fetch current user. The URL should be refetch, and let's create the async function. Let's add the try catch block. Okay, response dot status 500, and end JSON data. Let's send the error. Okay, now what we will do in this route is, from the token we will fetch the user's data. So for that we need the token first. Let's write here const token equals request dot cookies dot token. So we'll get the token value. Now let's remove this for now, and we will use the verify function of JWT. So JWT dot verify, it will take the token and the secret key. So process dot env dot JWT secret. Okay, and after that leave empty, leave this empty, and now let's create a function here which will take error and data, and what it will give us is, if there is error, then response dot status should be 403. Actually let's make it 404, and we will send the error. And for the data we will add the try catch block, and let's write const id equals data dot underscore id. So data will have our user's id, and now we will fetch the user. Actually you can console log the data also to see what this consists of. So after that, using this ID, we are going to fetch the user from the database. So user dot find one, and let's add the ID here. And now you can send the user as a response using the 200 status code, and let's send the user. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Now let's test this route. Let's write refetch. Okay, it should be get request. Let's add the URL. It should be refetch. Okay, let's click on send. Okay, some problem is there, I guess. Let's log in first, then try to refetch. Okay, still there is problem. Okay, let's add the cookie parser. So cookie parser, let's require this package cookie parser, and to parse the cookie value we need this cookie parser. So let's use it here. App.use cookie parser. Now it will parse our cookies and take data from the cookies. So let's click on send, and let's go to refetch route, and still there is problem. Let's go to console log, and you can see the data is printed, but there is some problem. Okay, I got it. Actually, I forgot the await keyword here. So now it should work fine, I guess. Let's click on send, and let's go to response, and yeah, you can see John's data is there, and John was logged in. So that is why John's data was there. So we are successful in refetching the data, and we have created this auth route. So let's move ahead to our next step. Now to improve readability and maintenance, I'm going to create controller folder there. So over here, I'm going to create a new folder that is controller or controllers. Now let's create a new file here that is auth controller.js. So all the controllers should be there. Now let's cut this whole function, and let's create controller here that is const register controller, and let's paste the function. Now let's create login controller, and similarly let's cut from here, and let's paste the function here. Okay, now let's create logout controller, and let's cut the function from here and paste it here. Okay, now the last function, that is refetch controller, or you can write refetch user controller. Let's cut from here and paste it here. Okay, so now let's write it like this. module.exports, and to export multiple files we have to write it like this: logout controller and refetch user controller. Now we will be able to import them in auth.js, but let's cut this also and paste it over here. Now let's actually import the functions: register controller, login controller, logout controller, and refetch user controller. Now you can see the code is easy to maintain and readability is also increased. So this is a good practice to use it like this. Now to move ahead to the next step, let's test these routes. Let's go to register and let's change the details of the user. Let's click on register. Okay, it is taking time. Okay, database was not connected, so there is some problem. Let me fix my internet connection. Okay, so it is connected successfully. Now let's click on send and we can see, so the user is registered successfully. Now let's go for the login route. It is also working fine. Let's go for logout route. So it is also working fine. Let's go for refetch. Before that we have to log in and let's refetch. Okay, so every route is working perfectly fine. Now let's move it to our next step. Now we will create a custom error and we will use that custom error in our all over app, and which will increase our extensibility, consistency, readability, and error differentiation. So let's create that custom error. So for that, let's create a new folder, name middlewares, and let's create error.js. Okay, inside this file, let us write const error handler, which will take four arguments. Those are error, request, response, and next. And inside this, if the error is instance of custom error which we are going to create, then we will return response dot status, error dot status, and in JSON we will be returning error as a error dot message. Okay, now else we are going to return response dot status 500 dot JSON, and as an error we are going to return internal server error, internal server error. Okay, so the error handler is created. Now let us create the custom error class. So class custom error, custom error, which will extend to error. And inside this, let's create the constructor which will take two things. Those are message and status. So let's write message, and status should be by default 500. Okay, now inside this constructor we will be writing super message, and let's write this dot name should be this dot constructor dot name. It will use constructor's name, and after that we can write this dot status should be status that we are giving it. And after that, this is optional, you can write error dot, you can capture the stack trace for it. So capture stack trace, and inside it let's write this and this dot constructor. So, and you can also write here console.log or console.error error dot stack. Okay, now let's export these two things. Those are error handler and custom error. So let's use this error handler as a middleware. Let's import it. Error handler, inside middlewares and error. Okay, now let's write it over here. App.use error handler. Okay, go to auth.js, sorry, auth controller.js, and let's write next here to use the middlewares. Now over here you can replace it with the custom error. So let's write throw new custom error. Now let's write the message, that is user name or email already exists. Okay, now let's add the status code of 400, and let's remove this and let's write next error. Okay, now let's uh, replicate this step to this controllers also. Change this to user not found and status code 404, and change this also. Okay, let's add next here, and the same step goes here also. Okay, so we have used our custom error in auth controller. Now you can test these routes. Let's click on send, and it's already exists. Let's click on login. You can see after the error comes, we can also restart our server without doing anything. So this is one benefit of custom error. Okay, so every route is working fine. Now let's move ahead to the next route, that is user routes. So for that, let's create here users.js, and let's create the controller here, that is user controller.js. Okay, now let's go to users.js and require the express package, require express. Okay, now const router equals express dot router. Okay, so our next route should be get user. So we will be getting the user details. Let's write module dot exports equals router. Okay, now let's write here router dot get, as it is a get request. So router dot get slash user id, and let's write it like this, colon and then user id, and let's now create the controller functions. Before that, I think we need to import the necessary things, that is user schema. So let's require it inside models and user. Okay, and after that, let's create the function get user controller equals, let's create the function. Okay, let's write module dot exports. Let's write it like this over here. Now go to let's go to users.js. Before that, let's complete the function, and let's write here. So let's write here async request response and next. Okay, and now let's try to get the user id from request.params. Okay, after that, let's add the try catch block. Okay, now we will try to find the user from the database. So await user dot find by id. We'll use the id, user id. Okay, after that, if there is no user, we are going to throw the exception or error. New custom error. Let's add the message, that is no user found, and status code of 404, and let's import it. Okay, and after that, uh, let's write const password and data. Let's write it like this, and let's return the response dot status of 200, and dot json. Let's write data. Now let's go to index.js and let's create the route by requiring it. Okay, now let's use it. The route should be slash API slash user and user route. Okay, now it should be ready to work. Let's create a new folder, user folder, and let's create a new request, get user. Let's write the URL, API slash user slash the user ID. Let's copy the user ID from here. Let's paste it here and let's click on send, and you can see the user data is there. And if you change this and click on send, you can see no user found. So this route is working perfectly fine. Now we can move ahead to the next route. So let us move ahead to our next route, that is update user route. So let's create that update user, and it should be a put method, and the route should be slash update slash user ID, and the controller name, let's create it as update user controller, update user controller. Okay, now let's copy the name of the controller and paste it here because we are going to import it from the user controller. So let's create the function. Okay, now let's extract the user ID from request.params that I have already shown you. Request.params will get the user ID, and let's get the update data from request.body. After that, const user to update, we will find the user from the database. So for that, user.find by id and user id, and if there is no user to update, then we will throw the error, custom error. The message should be user not found, and the status code should be 404. Okay, and after that, what we will do is we will assign the object in the place of the previous user. So user to update and update data, so user should be updated, and we will save the user. Okay, and after that we can send the response with a status code of 200, and as JSON data we are passing the message that user updated successfully, and with that we are gonna pass the user also. That is the what we are going to pass. That is the user to update. Yeah. So the updated user will be passed. So that's it. I hope it will work. Let's go to Thunder client and let's create a new request to update the user. Okay, the route is created. Now let's copy this URL and go to update user and paste it here. Change the request type, it should be put, and let's change the bio. Hello, I am a Node.js developer. Okay, now let's click on send. Okay, I had to change the URL, so let's change it. Let's write here your update. Let's click on send. Yeah, you can see the bio is updated. Let's go to database to see if we can see the change or not. Okay, okay, you can see the bio is updated. So the route is working fine. Now let's move it to the next route. Go to users.js and let's create the next route. So this route should be for follow user. So it should be a post request. So router.post slash follow slash the user ID, and let's name the controller follow user controller. Copy this and paste it here. Now let's go to user controller to create the function. Before that, let's paste it here and let's create the function. Okay, so the function is created. Now let's extract the user ID from request.params. And after that, we can get the ID from request.body underscore ID request.body. If user ID equals underscore ID, then we're going to throw exception. Actually, let's remove it from here and let's write it inside. Let's throw the custom error here. Custom error. The message should be you cannot follow yourself. Okay, and the status code should be 500. After that, let's find the user to follow. So await user.find by ID, and let's write the user ID. Okay, and const logged in user. equals await user dot find by id and find by id underscore id. So we will find these two users, and if we don't get any of the users, then we are going to throw the custom error. So throw new custom error, user not found, and the status code should be 404. Okay, so after that, if logged in user dot followers following dot includes, if the logged in users following array consists the user id, then we are going to throw the custom error. The error should be already following this user. Okay, and the status code should be 400, else we are going to follow the user, so we are going to push the user id to the following array. So logged in user dot following dot push, the user id should be there. Okay, and that's it. We are going to save the user now. User to follow dot followers dot push. Okay, underscore id, and we're going to save the both users now. Perfect. And after that, let's return the response. .json. Let's add message here. The message should be successfully followed the user. And yeah, that's it. Let's test this route. Follow user. Let's select this and user slash follow slash the user to follows id, and it should be post request. And let's add inside the body, let's add the logged in users id. Let's say, let's copy from here. Let's click on send. Okay, we can get id from here, John's id. Let's paste it here and let's click on send. Okay, there is some problem. Let's go to user controller. Okay, what went wrong? Everything looks fine. Let's add console log here to see what went wrong. I'm going to console log the user to follow and logged in user. Let's see. Let's click on send. Let's go to terminal. Okay, id is not defined. Okay, so I had to add the underscore. So let's add it here. Now I hope it will work. Let's click on send. Before that, let's take it here and click on send. Okay, successfully followed user. Let's go to our database and refresh. Let's see. Okay, you can see inside following there is one user, and inside followers there is also a user. So the route worked perfectly, and after that let's create another route, that is unfollow user route. So it should be router.post slash unfollow slash the user id and unfollow user controller. Let's copy the controller name, paste it here. Now let's create the function. We can copy the follow user controller and paste it to unfollow user controller. It should be unfollow, and let's remove the console log from here also. Yeah, now we have to we have to change some lines of code here. So if logged in user dot following doesn't have the user id, that means the user was not following that user. So in that case we also had to throw the error. So if the logged in user dot following dot includes the user id, in that case the user was not following that user, so he or she cannot unfollow that user. So let's throw the error, not following this, not following this user, and the status code should be 400. After that, if he or she was following that user, then we are going to filter out the user id from the followings array. So logged in user dot following equals logged in user dot following dot filter. We are going to use the filter method to filter out the id. So id arrow id dot to string should not be equal to the user id, and user to follow, sorry, user to follow, sorry, it should be user to unfollow. I had to change that. So user to unfollow. Okay, now user to unfollow dot followers equals, we have to change the followers array also. We have to remove the user's id from the followers array. Dot filter id, so id should not be equal to the underscore id. Okay, so yeah, okay, it should be unfollow capital U. Yeah, successfully unfollowed user. So I hope that's it for this route. Let's create the new request to test this route and follow user. Let's copy and paste it here. Copy the request body and paste it here. It should be post request, and let's click on send. Already following this user. Okay, why this error is coming? Okay, I have to change the URL. Sorry for that. Now it should work. Successfully unfollowed user. Okay, let's go to our database to check. So you can see this route worked fine. Now let's move it to the next route. That is our block user route. Block user and unblock user should also be there. So router dot post slash block slash user ID, and the controller name should be block user controller. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here, and now let's go to the user controller and let's create the function. Now let's extract the user ID from request.params. Okay, and after that let's get the underscore ID from request.body, that is the logged in users ID. Okay, now let's create the try catch block. Let's add one validation here, that is if the user ID equals underscore ID, then we are going to throw a custom error. That is, you cannot block yourself. And let's add the status code of 500. Okay, now let's try to find the user to block from the database using the user ID, and let's try to find the logged in user. Logged in user using the underscore ID from the database. Underscore ID. Okay, and if we fail to find any one of them, then we are going to throw a custom error. Logged in user, okay. Throw new custom error. And it should be user not found and the status code of 404. Okay, now after that, else if the user already exists in his block list, then also we are going to throw the custom error. Throw new custom error. This user is already blocked. Okay, and the status code should be 400. And if it doesn't happen, then logged in user dot blocklist dot push, we are going to push the user ID so that the user should be blocked. And now, if in case the user is present in the following of the user of the logged in user, then we are going to remove that also. So for that, logged in user dot followers dot following dot equals logged in user dot following dot filter and id. It will traverse through the array and it will remove the user id. It should not be equal to the user id. Okay, and it will we will also remove the user from the followers array. So user to block dot followers equals user to block dot followers dot filter id, and id dot toString does not equal to underscore id. So that's it. After that, we are going to save both of the users. So save the user to block also. Okay, both of the users are now saved to database. So the route is ready. Now let's go to test the route. So block user. Let's set the URL. Just change this to block and it should be post request, and let's copy the body also. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let's click on send. Okay, so actually what I did was I forgot to send the response. So let's send the response of status code 200 and JSON. Let's copy this message and paste it here. Successfully blocked user. Okay, now let's try to send. So yeah, it is working now, and you can see in our database. You can see in Blocklist there are 3 IDs. So the route is working fine. Now let's go for the next route, that is our unblock user route. Just copy this, paste it here, and let's change the name unblock, and it should also be unblock. Okay, copy this, paste it here. Now let's create the function. Okay, so you can copy this block user controller. So copy this and paste it here. Okay, now it should be unblock. Let's change the names. Unblock. Okay, let's remove these lines of code, and it should be unblock. From the block list array, we are going to remove the user ID. So logged in user dot blocklist dot filter ID and id dot toString should not be equals to user ID. Okay, and we are going to save the logged in user. Okay, yeah, that's it. And let's change this also. Okay, let's change it to unblocked. Actually, we have to change this whole message, I guess. Yeah, so for that, let's remove this and let's write, what should I write? Actually, let's add exclamation mark here, and let's add the message to be not blocking this user. Okay, let's go and try to unblock the user. Unblock user. Okay, post request. Let's copy from block user, paste it here, and let's copy the body of the request. So let's go to body and paste it there. Let's click on send. This user is already blocked. Okay, I have to change the URL. Now let's click on send. Successfully unblocked user. So let's go to our database to see. Two users should be there in the block list. So let's see. Okay, there are two users. So this route is also complete. Now let's move ahead to the next route. Okay, so get blocked users and router dot, it should be get request, so slash blocked slash the user ID. Okay, this is the logged in users ID, and let's name the controller. Copy this and paste it here. Go to user controller and let's create the function. Okay, so let's extract the user ID from request.params, and after that let's get the user from the database using find by ID, user ID. Okay, and after that we have to find the block list arrays. Before that, let's write if there is no user, we are going to return the custom error, user not found, and the status code should be 404. Okay, so after that let's return, actually let's return the response.status code of 200, and the JSON data should be, let's create the variable here, const blocklist, and let's use spread operator in the rest of the data, equals user. Now let's return the block list. Okay, let's go and create the new request, get block list. Let's take it and paste it here. Let's rename it, we had a misspelling, get block list. Okay, and it should be blocked. Let's copy this John's user ID and paste it there. Now let's click on send, and we are getting the blocked user IDs. So everything is working fine. Now let's use the populate function here to get the blocked users profile picture and names and etc. So block list, username, full name, and we need the profile picture. Okay, let's click on send. Okay, internal server error. So I think I have mistaken the syntax. So let's write it like this: username, full name, and profile picture. Profile picture, yeah. Let's click on send now. Okay, perfect. So all the details along with the blocked users are there. So this route is complete. Now let's move ahead to the next route. So the route is delete user route. So router.delete and slash delete slash the user ID should be there. And after that, the let's name the controller, that is delete user controller. Let's copy this and paste it here. And now let's create the function inside user controller.js. So now let's extract the user ID from request.params. Let's create the catch block here. Let us now find the user to delete. Equals await user dot find one. Actually, it should be find by ID. So let's write find by ID, and inside it user ID will go. Okay. Now if there is no user to delete inside the database, then we are going to throw the custom error. Okay. And the message should be user not found, and the status code should be 404. Now first of all, what we will do is we will delete all of the users posts. So await post. Okay, let's import the post schema. Const post equals require, and inside the models folder the post is there. Const comment. Let's import the comment schema also. Comment. Okay. Now story. Let's require the story schema. So let's go down again. Now let us delete all of the users posts. So post dot delete many, and it should be like this, user ID. Okay. Now I'm going to delete the users comments from other users posts. So comments dot user, and it should be user ID. Okay. So after that, I'm going to delete the users replies from other users posts. So post dot delete many. Comments dot replies dot user, It should be user ID. Now I'm going to delete all of the comments from the database of the user separately. So comment.delete many. Here user should be user ID. So the comments should be deleted, and after that I'm going to delete the user stories from the database, user and user ID. Then I'm going to remove the likes of the user from other users posts. So post dot update many, and I'll pull the user ID from the likes array. Write it like this, and after that let's write await user dot update many, and inside it what it will do is it will go to the following user's account of the user that we are going to delete, and it will take all of the following users, and from their followers array it will remove the user's ID. So let's put it here. Okay, now let's write this. Okay, inside this id colon in, let's write here user to delete dot following, and so it will go inside the following users array, and after that it will go individually to the following users array, and it will pull or remove the users ID from the followers array of them. After that I will remove the likes of the user from other users comments. So write it like this: pull from likes, and we have to pull the user ID. Then we'll also have to pull the users likes from replies. So replies dot likes, and let's write pull replies dot likes user ID. Okay, now we are going to remove the users likes from the posts. So update many and pull from likes array, and it should be user ID. Okay. Now we are going to delete the replies of the user from other users comments. So for that, const reply comments equals await comment dot find replies dot user. Basically we are finding the users replies from other users comments. So after that we are going to write promise dot all, because in this promise we are going to delete all of the reply comments. So reply comments dot map will map through this array, and we'll try to delete all of the users comments. So comment and comment dot replies equals comment dot replies dot filter reply. Okay, let's write it like this, and reply dot user dot to string should not be equal to the user ID. And after that we will save the comment. Okay, so all of the users reply comments should be deleted by now. And after that finally we are going to delete the user from the database. So await user to delete dot delete one, and let's return the response with status code of 200 and JSON. Let's add a message here. It should be everything associated with user is deleted successfully. Okay, so it had many operations, but it is what it is. And let's check our route. New request and delete user. Okay, let's write the URL. Before that, let's copy one user ID. Let's copy this user's ID. Okay, after that, let's click on delete. Okay, slash user slash delete slash the user ID. Okay, let's click on send, and it may take some time. So everything associated with the user is deleted successfully. Perfect. So yeah, let's see. So we can see the user is not there. Okay, so this route is complete. Now let's move ahead to our next routes. Let's go to users.js. So our next route is to search a user. So router dot get and slash search slash the query and search user controller, copy the name. Okay, paste it here. Now let's go to user controller. Let's create the function. Okay, const search user controller. Okay, sync function, request, response, and next. Okay, perfect. Now what we will do is, firstly let's get the query from request.params. So const query equals request.params. Params. Okay, after that let's add the try catch block. Next, an error. Okay, so now const users, because it may give us array, so await user dot find, and it should be, or let's add array because there are two queries. So username, we can search using the username, regex or regular expression, new regular expression, and inside this query will go, and let's add I here so that it will handle the capital and small letter queries also. So let's add full name also because we can search using full name, new regular expression query, and I. That's it. That is our whole query. Now we can just return the users. So response.status 200.json. Let's send the users and let's see if the route is working or not. Let's create a new request, that is search user. Okay, let's remove this and search slash, let's say I'm going to search Jane, and the request should be get request. Okay, Jane is there. Now let's say I'm going to search John Doe like this. Okay, so John Doe is also there. So perfect. So this route is also complete. Now let's move ahead to our next route, that is update profile picture. So this is our next route. For that, so we have to create a new middleware here to upload our pictures. Go to middlewares folder and let's create a new file, that is upload.js. So create a new file, upload upload.js. Okay, now let's require the multer and path package, and path. Okay, now let us create storage which uses multer, and it will use the disk storage of multer, which will take two things. The first thing is destination, which is a function, and it will take three arguments, that is request, file, and callback. And inside callback, it will take null and the folder where the images are going to be uploaded. So uploads, yeah. And the second thing it will take is file name. So it will be a function, and it will take require, file, and callback. And after that, let's create const extension equals path dot extension name, file dot original name. This is the jpg or png, whatever it is. And inside callback, it will take none, and inside backticks, let's access the file dot field name, and use after that use the date dot now, so that all of the image should have different names. After that, let's concatenate it with the extension name. So our file name is will be ready, and now we are ready for the upload variable. So inside multer, the storage should be the storage variable that we have created, and let's export this upload. So module.exports equals upload. Yeah, this is all we need to upload the image. Now let's go to our route and router dot put, and the URL should be update profile picture and the user ID. Now let's add the middleware, that is upload.single, because it is going to upload the single file. Before that, let's import the upload from middlewares folder slash upload. Okay, now upload.single, and the name should be profile picture. This is the field name. And after that, let's name the controller upload profile picture controller. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it here, and let's create the function. Okay, the function is created, and now let's make it an async function. Okay, now let us extract the user ID from request.params. Okay, after that, let's get the file file name from request dot file. Okay, And after that, let's create the try catch block. Now let's find and update the user. So const user equals await user dot find by id and update should be there. Okay, find by id and update, and user id it will take. After that, for the profile picture, uh, let's create a function generate file url, and inside it will take the file name, and let's write new to be true so that we get the updated user in our database. So let's write new true. Okay, simple. And after that, if there is no user, throw new custom error, that is user not found. Okay, and status code should be 404. And after that, we can just return the response with status code of 200 and JSON data. Inside JSON data, we are going to add a message that is profile picture updated successfully, and then the user. Okay, now let's create the generate file url function. It will take the file name as an argument, and it will return, let's add a url variable here, and it will return the process.env.url plus slash backend, sorry, slash uploads. Inside the uploads folder, it will add the path of the image. Okay, now yeah, it should work fine. Let's see, new request, update profile picture. Okay, put request. Okay, let's copy id of John. We'll update John's profile picture, paste it here. Okay, now let's go to body and form and tick the files. The name should be profile picture that we have added, and let's create the folder. I actually forgot to create that uploads folder, and let's choose file from our system. Let's say this file I'm choosing. So let's click on send. Okay, there is some problem. Let's go to uploads folder. Okay, the picture is uploaded, but the request was not successful. So let's go to console and let's see what is the problem. Find one and update must be an object. Okay, okay, I think I had to use other method. Let's go to user controller, and it should be find by id and update. So let's change this to find by id and update. Okay, now it should work fine, I guess. Let's click on send. Okay, profile picture updated successfully. Let's see. Okay, you can see the profile picture field. It is changed by this URL, and if we copy this URL and go to our browser and paste it, you can see some error is there. But if we use path inside our main file, that is index.js, before that let's require the path package. So const path equals require path, and use it as a middleware. So app.use the folder name slash uploads and express dot static, and it will join. So path dot join the directory name. Let's write it like this, and uploads folder name, and now it should work fine. Let's refresh, and you can see the picture is there. So our update profile picture route is working fine. And if you see and go to our database and let's see, it is updated. So yeah, so this route is complete now, and let's go for the next route. And let's remove this also, and let's go for our next route, that is update cover picture. So let's copy this. It should be same like the profile picture, and cover picture, and it should also be update cover picture. Okay, now let's actually copy this and paste it here. I guess this is our last route, and let's create the function. Okay, we can copy this. Let's paste it here, and it should be cover picture. Okay, let's change the message. Cover picture updated successfully. And yeah, that's it, I guess. Let's copy this, and we need to export it also. So yeah, and let's create the request for it. It should be update cover picture. Okay, I misspelled it. Let's change this picture. Okay, now go to the URL update cover picture, and it should be put request. And for the body inside form, let's click on files. Let's write it cover picture, and let's choose the file from our device. Let's go to pictures, and I'm taking this picture, and let's click on send. Okay, cover picture updated successfully. You can see the cover picture is updated. Just copy this and go to Chrome, paste it here, and you can see the picture is there. So the cover picture updation route is also complete. Let's verify in our database. Let's see in our database. Okay, yeah, it is there. It is updated. And now let's try to change this actually. Let's see if we can change it. So for that, uh, let's choose a different file from the pictures. Let's choose this picture. Okay, and let's click on send. And now let's copy this URL. Go to Chrome and let's see. Okay, yeah, the picture is different now and it is updated. So our route is working perfectly fine. Now all of the routes for this user routes are complete, and we can move ahead to create our next route. So now let's create another route, that is posts route. Let's hide this terminal and let's create this route file posts.js. Okay, and let's create the controller for it, post controller.js. Okay, let's go to post.js and let's repeat the steps. Const express equals require express, const router equals express dot router, const upload equals require. Let's add the upload path inside middlewares and inside upload. Okay, and let's create the first route, that is create post route. Okay, and router dot post, it should be, the route is create. And let's write the controller. Before that, let's export the router. Okay, and it should be create post controller. Okay, copy this, go to post controller and create the function. Before that, let's import the post from models. Now let's create the function. Okay, now let's write the export. Let's import this. Oh, sorry, it should be the function name. Now it should be imported. Yeah, it is there and it is imported successfully. Now let's work on the function. So let's get the user ID and caption from request.body. Okay, now let's write const user equals await user dot find by ID. We have to find the user by its user ID, and if there is no user, we are going to throw an error, that is the custom error, and the message should be user not found, and the status code should be 404. Okay, it's not importing, so let's import this manually. User should be inside models and user, and mirror. Why it's not importing, I don't know. So let's import it manually. Custom error equals require, and inside middlewares there is error.js. Okay, after that let's write const new post equals new post. We are going to create new post with the data provided. So user should be user id, and caption is there. Okay, we are not going to do anything with image. So new post dot save, and it should be saved, and we are going to push this post to the user's posts. So it should be new post dot id, and we are going to save the user after that, and we are going to send the response now. Response dot status, it should be 200 or 201, whatever. JSON, inside JSON there should be message should be post created successfully, and we're going to return the post also. So post should be new post, sorry, yeah, new post. So this route is ready, I guess. Now let's go to index.js and let's write const post route. Let's write it here. Const post route equals, let's require the route. Okay, inside routes and posts. Okay, now use it as middleware. API slash post the route. Okay, and it should be post route. Perfect. Now let's test this route. Okay, let's create a new folder for post, and let's create a new request, that is create post, and it should be post, and the URL, let's change this URL. It should be API slash post slash create, and for the body let's add the user ID, and caption is there. Okay, let's write the caption my first post, and let's take any user ID from here. Okay, let's take Jane's user ID, paste it here. Okay, let's click on send. Okay, there is something wrong, I guess. New post is not defined. Okay, there is a typo. Let's change this. Yeah, it should work now. Let's see. Let's, okay, let's change this also. Create post. Yeah, send. Okay, still there is error. There is typo. So let's change this. Status. Now let's see. Okay, the post is created successfully. Yeah, let's check inside our database. It should be there. Yeah, it is there. So this route is working fine. Let's create the next route, that is create post with image. Maybe create post with image or images. Yeah, route router router dot post slash create slash I'm going to pass user ID here. Okay, and upload dot single dot array, sorry, because we are going to upload multiple images. Let's say it is 5 images maximum. So it should be create post with images route, create post with images controller, and copy this, paste it here so that we don't have to import it again. Paste it here. Let's create the function. Okay, the function is created. Now let's get the user ID from params. So request dot params dot, okay, request dot params, and after that let's get the caption from request dot body. Now let's get the files, that is from request dot files, and after that let's add the try catch block. Okay, and inside this block just copy these lines. Yeah, and after that let's get the image URL array from files dot map. We have to map through these files, and let's create a function which will generate the URL, which will take the file dot file name. Yeah, and so we will get the image URL array, and after that we are going to create the new post. So inside here let's write user ID. Yeah, and caption and image should be the image URLs. Perfect. So after that, the same steps, we are going to save the new post and we will push it to the users posts array. Just copy these lines and it should be same. Paste it here. Okay. Now I think everything is done. Okay, this function is not yet created, so let's create this function. Generate file URL. It will take the file name and it will return process.env.url plus backticks and slash uploads slash the file name. So dollar sign, and yeah, like this. Now I think it is done. So let's test this route. Let's create a new request. Create new post with image. Yeah, post request it should be. Let's copy this, paste it here, and let's take the user ID. Let's copy it from here, paste it here. Okay, go to body and form, field name for caption. I'm going to write my post with images, and let's tick on these files and write images here, and let's upload some images here. Let's take this image. Okay, let's take another image. I'm going to take it. Yeah, and maybe another image. Let's take this. Okay, this image. Yeah, let's click on send. Okay, the post is created and you can see the image URLs. Let's go to posts and refresh. The post should be there. Yeah, it is there. Okay, yeah, you can copy this and paste it here, and yeah, it is working fine. So this route is also complete. Now let's move ahead. Let's close this and let's move ahead to the next route. Okay, let's go to posts, and the next route is router dot put slash update slash the post id. Okay, and the controller name is update post controller. Copy this and paste it here. Okay, just now go to controller and let's create the function. Before that, paste it here, and now let's create the function. Okay, so let's get the post id from the params, request.params, and caption from request.body. Now let's add the try catch block. Let's try to get the post. Let's see if the post is inside our database or not. So post.find by id, and inside it the post id should be there. Now if there is no post to update, then throw new custom error. Post not found and status code is 404. Now post to update dot caption equals caption or sign and post to update dot caption, so it will be updated. Now we have to save the post and return the response of updated post. Message should be post updated successfully, and post is post to update. Now let's see if the route works fine or not. Let's create a new request, update post, put request, localhost. Let's add the URL, update, and the post ID. Let's copy from here. Let's take this post ID, paste it here, go to body and caption. Let's write the caption as some random images. Let's see. Okay, there is some problem. Let's see what is the problem. Post is not defined. So okay, I have to uh, paste it here. This is post to update. Now it should work fine, I guess. Let's see. Okay, yeah, post updated, I guess. Some random images is there in the caption. Let's refresh inside the database. Okay, so the post is updated successfully and our route is working fine. Now let's go for the next route, that is get all posts route. So router dot get, the URL should be slash all slash user ID. Okay, and the controller name, let's write the controller name. It should be get posts controller. Copy this, paste here. Now let's go to controller file, paste it here. Let's create the function. So let's get the user ID from params. After that, let's create the try catch block. Okay, next error. Okay, before that I had to write this request response and next, and let's write here next error. Okay, and inside the try block, let's write const user await. The same step will be continued. We are going to find the user from the database using the user ID. uh, we could have just copied the code, just copy this line and paste it here. Okay, and yeah, after that, now we're going to find the blocked users from the user. Okay, Now let's map this dot to string. Let's write here blocked IDs and to string. Okay. After getting the blocked users, we're going to get all the posts. What we'll do is we will exclude the blocked users from the timeline of the user. So this is how we are going to find the posts, and we are going to use not in blocked user IDs. So what it will do is it will find all the posts but not the blocked users posts, and it will populate the user details also by the populate, and the properties it is going to populate is username, full name, and profile picture like you see in Facebook or Instagram or any other social media platforms. So this are all posts that are going to be seen by the user. So now we can return this in our response, all all posts. Okay, perfect. Yeah, now let's try to test this route. Get all posts, get, and the route should be all slash the ID of the user. Let's take this ID. Okay, paste it here and click on get. You can see all the posts are there. Jane's post. Okay, only Jane's post is there. Okay, let's go to users and let's copy Jane's ID. Okay, go to posts. Okay, this is strange because Jane has 3 posts. I think after updating, a new post has been created. So we have to fix that. So we'll fix that. Don't worry. Let's copy Jit's ID and go here and let's try to send. Okay, all the posts are there. Now let's copy Jane's ID and Jane has blocked 2 users. So let's see. Okay, Jane's posts are coming, so that's fine. If I go to user and try to block Jin, and John will block Jin, so let's add John's ID here. So John is going to block Jane. So Jane is blocked successfully by John. Now let's try to fetch the posts of John. So you can see no post is there. So this route is working perfectly fine. So now let's go to the next route, that is get user posts route, and router dot get request it should be. So slash user slash user ID should be there, user ID. Okay, and the controller name should be get user posts controller. Okay, copy this, paste it here, and let's paste it here also. Okay, after that let's create the function. So to create this function you can just copy this and paste it here, and we don't need this blocked user list, so we are removing that. And now just find the user posts that are posted by the user. So post.find user should be user ID. Okay, and yeah, that's it I guess, and nothing is needed. Yeah, that's it, and just copy paste this and we are good to go. Just create a new request and write get user posts. Okay, and go to, let's just copy this URL and paste it here, and I hope, okay, it should be user, and there should be no posts because this user didn't had any post. So go to posts and copy the user ID from here. I think it's Jane's ID, so paste it here. Let's see. Okay, the posts are there, so this route is all also complete. Now let's move ahead to the next route, that is delete post route, and router dot delete. So delete slash post id, and yeah, and the controller should be delete post controller. Okay, copy this, paste it here, and let's paste it here also. And now let's create the function. So let's destructure the post id from params, request dot params. Okay, now let's write the try catch block error, and inside next, sorry, next error. Okay, and now let's try to find the post from the database. Post to, sorry, post to delete, await post dot find by id. Okay, and let's write post id, and if we don't get any post, To delete, we will just throw an custom exception or custom error. So the message should be post not found and status code should be 404. And after that, so we will find the user that is associated with the post. So user dot find by id, it should be dot post to delete dot user. Okay, now let's copy this line that is common for most of the routes. So after that, uh, what we'll do is we'll go to user.posts and we'll try to delete the post from the user posts using filter method. So post id dot toString should not be equal to the post to delete dot id underscore id dot toString. Okay, so what it will do is it will delete the post from the user's posts, and now we can save the user. After that, we will delete the post from the database. So post to delete dot, and we'll use delete one, so it will get deleted. Now we can return the response. So response dot status 200 and JSON. We can add a message here that the post deleted successfully. Post deleted successfully. Okay, so the route is done. Let's test the route. Delete. Okay, now let's write the URL. Let's write it. And what was the URL? We need the post ID. So slash delete slash we need the post ID. So let's copy this ID and paste it here. And post not found. Okay, strange. I think yeah, I have mistakenly copied the user ID. So let's copy the post ID and paste it here, and let's click on send. So the post is deleted. Let's click on refresh to see the post should be deleted. Yeah, only one post is left, so the post was deleted. And if we go to Jane, you can see two posts are there because Jane had three posts, and actually there was a mistake. We updated a post and mistakenly created another post, so that is why three posts were there. But don't worry, the route is working for perfectly fine. We just have to edit the update route path. So for that, let's go here and we can just change this line. Just change this line and replace it with this line. Okay, and Just change this and it should be caption only. Yeah, and it should be changed to updated post. Now everything will be fine, and after updating the post it will not create a new post, rather it will update the original post. So everything should be fine now. You can test it. If we try to update this post, update, let's paste the post id, images, let's say. Okay, the post not found, that's strange. That is strange. Sorry, we have mistakenly again copied the wrong id. That was the user's id, so let's paste the post id now. So the post is updated, you can see. And if you refresh, then you can see only one post is there. So yeah, everything is working fine. You can remove this requests now, and we can move ahead to the next route. So our next route is like post route. So router dot post, the route should be like, and the post id should be there, and the controller name, let's say like post controller. Okay, copy this and the same steps, paste it here, go to post controller, paste it here, and let's create a new function. So let's get the post id from params, and after that let's get the user id from request body, request dot body. Okay, after that let's create the try catch block. You can copy these lines. We are going to find the post first, so let's modify this a little bit. It should be post. Okay, and after that let's find the user, copy these lines and find the user. And after that, okay, it should be post and it should be user id. Okay, now if post dot includes, sorry, it should be post dot likes dot includes, because we are going to find in likes array, and we will find the user id. If it already includes, then we will throw an error, and the message should be you have already liked the post, or user, or you can write you have already liked the post, this post. Okay, and after that, if the user has not liked the post, then post dot likes dot push, it should be the user id. We are going to push that inside the likes array, and after that we are going to save the post, obviously. So post.save, and yeah, that's it. Now we can return the response and status 200 and JSON. Let's add a message. Maybe message should be post liked successfully. Okay, and let's return the post. So the route is complete. Okay, now let's add that catch block. Next error. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Let's go and test the route like post. It should be post, and let's add the URL like, and let's add the post ID here. Copy this and paste it here. Let's go for the body user ID. Let's add the user ID. Let's copy the ID of John. John is going to like the post. So copy and paste. Okay. Okay, some error is there. What is that? Okay, I think I have copied the wrong user ID. So yeah, I mistakenly copied the wrong user ID. Let's try to post. Yeah, so post like successfully, and yeah, let's go to posts and let's see inside likes. So yeah, it worked. Now let's create the next route, that is dislike post route. Router dot post, the route should be dislike slash the post ID, and after that the controller should be dislike post controller. Okay, now let's copy and paste it here. Now go to post controller and create the function, and before that let's paste it here, and yeah, let's create the function. So now you can copy this like controller and paste it here. It's kind of similar. We don't need this, so let's remove this, and we just have to add. Okay, you can add it like this. If you didn't like it, you cannot dislike the post. So to dislike the post, you have to first like the post. So the message should be you have not liked the post, and after that we need to remove the user ID from the likes array. So for that we are going to use filter method again, ID, and id dot to string should not be equals the user id. Okay, and after that we are going to save the post and post is like successfully. So this route is also finished. Let's see if it works fine or not. Dislike post, it should be post, and go to like, copy the route and paste it here. For the body, let's copy the body. So this user is going to dislike the post now. Let's see. Okay, post dislike successfully. Perfect. Let's refresh to see if it worked or not. Yeah, there are no likes. So the route worked fine. Now let's move ahead to the next route. Or I think we have finished all the routes for the post. We don't need any routes now. Let's see. Yeah, we don't need any routes. All of the routes are completed. Now let's move ahead to the comment route. Let's close the folders, and now let's create comments.js for the comment route, and let's create the controller also, comment controller.js. Okay, let's require the route, comment route equals require routes slash comments, and let's use the route app.use slash api slash comment, and it should be comment route. Okay, so we have fixed the route. Now let's create the router, require express. Let's create the router now, express dot router. Okay, now let's export the router from here, module dot exports equals router. Okay, now let's create the first route for the comment, that is create comment route. So let's write create comment. Okay, now router dot post it should be, and slash create, and the controller should be create comment controller. Okay, now let's copy this and go to comment controller. Let's create the function. Yeah, now let's write module dot export to export multiple files. Let's write like this, and yeah, let's import some necessary things, that is comment schema, and inside models there is comment schema. So let's start working on this function. Before that, let's import the post also, so that we don't have to import it later. Post, okay, and maybe we can import the user also. So dot slash inside models, user is there. So let's get the post ID, user ID, and text from, okay, it should be capital I, and from, let's get them from request.body. And okay, after that, let's, okay, something is crashed. Create comment controller is not defined. So I think we have to import it. Okay, so I think now the error should be gone. Yeah, now let's create the, okay, let's write here async request response and next. I forgot that. Now let's create the package block. Next error. Okay, after that, let's write post equals, let's find the post from the database, find by id, post id. So if there is no post, then we are going to throw an exception or error, whatever you can say, custom error. Yeah, it is imported, and let's add the message post not found, and status code 2v404. Now let's find the user also, user dot find by id, user id. And if there is no user, we are going to throw an exception, throw new custom error, user not found, and status code 404. So after that, let's create the comment, const new comment equals new comment. Okay, and user should be user id, and post should be post id, post id, and the text. Yeah, so we have created the new comment. Now let's save it to the database. Let's remove the terminal, it was disturbing us. So let's save this comment, new comment dot save, and now let's return the response. Okay, before that, let's add the comment to the post. Yeah, we have added this comment to the post comments array. Now we have saved the post, and now let's return the response. Let's write the message that comment created successfully, added successfully, added to the post, and comment should be new comment. Okay, I hope yeah, everything looks fine. Now let's test this. Go to social media, let's create a new folder for the comments route. Let's create a new request, create comment, post, and it should be comment slash create. Let's go to the body, Let's add the data, user ID, post ID, and text. Let's add this data. Let's go to posts. We're going to add this comment to this post. So let's copy the post ID, paste it here, and let's copy the user ID. Let's take Jack's ID. Jack will comment on the post. So okay, now text should be nice. Pictures. Let's click on send. Okay, comment created successfully. Let's see. Yeah, the comment is created successfully, and we can see in the post there is a comment. So yeah, now we can go for our next route. So that is create comment reply. Router.post slash reply slash comment ID. We need the comment ID, and create comment reply controller. Okay, let's copy this. Okay, copy this, and after that let's paste it here, and let's go to comment controller, and let's create the function. Okay, function is created, and let's add the necessary things, and let's extract the comment ID from params, request.params. Okay, let's add. Now let's get the text and user ID from request.body, and now let's add the try catch block. Try catch error, next error. Okay, and after that let's find the parent comment. Await comment dot find by id. So we will get the parent comment by this, and if we don't get any parent comment, so then we are going to throw custom error. Custom error, set the message to be parent comment not found. Not found. Okay, and let's add the status code to be 404. After that okay, we can copy this for the user, and after that let's write the const reply equals, let's create the reply text, and user should be user ID. After that go to parent comment dot replies dot push. We're going to push the reply. After that we're going to save the parent comment dot save, and Now we can send the response 200 and 201 and JSON. Let's add a message, reply comment, reply created successfully, and the status code. Sorry, I have given the status code. Now let's write the reply. Okay, perfect. Now let's go for the new request and create a new reply comment request post, and let's copy this. Okay, I should write here create, and now let's go to request and create slash reply slash comment id we need. So let's go to comments and get this comment id. Yeah, paste it here, and for the body let's write here what are the things that we need. Let's see, need text and user id. So let's add the user id and text. Thanks, let's say thank you. And user id, let's copy from the post. Yeah, this user, we are going to take this user and paste it here because this is this user's post. Let's see. Okay, reply created successfully. And yeah, let's see in our database. Yeah, we can see in replies there is one object, and yeah, perfect. So this route is also complete. Now let's move ahead to the next route. So the next route should be update comment router dot post, sorry, put slash update slash the comment id and update comment controller. Copy the name of the controller and paste it here. Now let's go to comment controller and let's create the function. Okay, try catch block, const comment id. We're going it to get it from request.params and text from request.body. Now we are going to get the comment to update. Let's find it from the database. Await comment dot find by id, and let's add the comment id here. Okay, and if we don't get any comment to update, then we're going to throw error. Let's copy this, paste it here, and let's change the message comment not found. After that, let's write const updated comment equals await comment dot find by id and update. Let's add the comment id. After that, the text and new should be true, so that we get the new updated comment reflected on our database. And after that, let's write response.status 200.json. Let's add a message: comment updated successfully. And after that, let's add the updated comment here, so that we can see the updated comment in our response. Okay, let's create the request: update comment. It should be put request, and let's add the url /update / the comment id. Let's try to update this comment. Paste the comment id. Let's go to body and add the body text. Only text is there. Text, and it should be, let's say, amazing pictures. Let's try to update it, and I hope it's updated, because the response is perfect. Let's see in our database. Yeah, amazing pictures is there, and we have successfully created this route. Now we can go to our next route. So now we are going to create the update reply comment route. So let's create this update reply comment router.put. Let's add the route, that is update slash comment id slash replies slash reply id. And let's name the controller, that is update reply comment controller. Copy the name, paste it here, and let's go to the comment controller and create the function. So let's get the comment id and reply id from the request.param. And after that, let's get the text from request.body. After that, let's create the try catch block. Okay, and let's write here async and request response and next. Okay, and let's now find the parent comment. Let's copy this, paste it here, and you can write it as just comment, or you can write it as parent comment. I'm adding it as comment only. Now after that, we are going to get the replies array or reply index you can get. So we are going to iterate through the comment.replies and get the reply index. We are going to use find index method here and reply. So reply dot reply dot id dot to string should be equal to the reply id. So after that we'll get the reply index. So after getting the reply index, we are going to update it. For that, let's write if index equals -1. That means it didn't get the reply comment. So then we can throw the custom error, that is reply not found or reply comment not found. You can add. So after that, comment dot replies dot replies and reply index dot text should be equal to text that we have given, and after that, so after that the reply should be updated, and after that the we are going to save the comment. So the comment should be saved after the update, and now we can return the response with the status code of 200 and JSON data with message should be reply updated successfully. And let's return the comment here. Now let's create the new request and update reply comment. Okay, it should be put, and let's add the URL. Okay, it should be comment slash update slash, let me see the URL, and we need the comment ID now. So let's go to our database. Let's get the comment ID. Okay, paste it here, slash replies slash reply ID. We need that. So let's go to replies, and here you can get the reply ID. Let's copy this, paste it here. Let's add the text as thank you so much. Okay, yeah, everything looks fine. Okay, sorry, I have copied the wrong ID. That was the user's ID. I had to copy the reply ID, so here it is. Now I'm going to paste it, and yeah, everything looks fine. Let's click on send, and yeah, so it worked. Let's see, let's refresh the page. So it should be updated, but I have actually forgot to show you one thing, that is you can actually add one validation here. That is, let's take user ID from the request.body, and you can like validate with that user ID. Like it should be if uh, the comment dot replies and reply index dot the user dot to string, if does not equals to the user ID, then throw an exception or error that you are not authorized to update this comment. You can write you can only update your comments. Yeah, you can also add this validation, and let's add some user ID here. Let's copy this and paste it here, and now let's update this comment a little bit. Okay, so it is working, and if I try to change this, you can see you can update only your comments. So perfect. Now let us go for our next route. Let's go to comments.js and let's create the route get all post comments route. Router.get slash post slash post id. Okay, let's name the controller get comments by post controller. Let's copy this. Now let's create the function. So let's get the post id from the request.params, and after that we are going to search the post inside our database. Let's copy this and paste it here and replace the comment with post. Okay, let's change this to post. Okay, it should also be post, and this should also be post. Okay, so we have found the post, and now what we will do is we will find the comments from the database. So comment dot find, and here we will write post to be post id. So we will get an array of comments. So await populate user details, and inside it we will send the comments. This is a function, and now we will send the response, and we will send the comments. So let's copy this and create the function populate user details, const populate user details, and async function it should be, and it will take comments as an argument, and it will also populate the reply comments. So before that we are going to traverse with this comments array. const comment of comments and await comment dot populate. What it will populate is it will populate user details and comment details from the comment. So user, it will populate the username, full name, and profile picture. And after that, okay, not outside the loop but inside the loop, what it will do is if it gets any reply comment, then it will also populate that reply comment also. So if the length is greater than 0, then await comment dot populate. Here I'll write replies dot user, and it will populate the username, full name, and profile picture. Full name and profile picture. Okay, so let's see if it works or not. Let's create a new request. Now get post comments. Let's set the URL. What was the route? Okay, post and post ID. Let's write post slash post ID we need. Take this post ID. Before that, let's go to comments to see if there is comment or not. Okay, there is comment. So let's take this post ID. Yeah, paste it here and let's click on send. Okay, some error is there. Let's open the terminal and let's see what happened. Get comments by okay, we have not imported that, so let's import this controller. Now let's click on send. Now it should work fine. Okay, so we can see the comments along with the username. Yes, so all of the necessary details are there, and we have finished the route. Okay, let's remove the terminal and let's move towards the next route. That is delete a comment. So router dot get slash delete. Comment ID should also be there to delete the comment, and the controller should be delete comment controller. And let's copy this. Okay, copy this, paste it here. And let's go to comment controller. Take it here, and after that paste it here. Let's create the function. Const comment id. Let's get the comment id from request.params. After that, let's add the try catch block. Sorry, it should be error. Next error. Okay, and inside this try block, let's first find the comment. Yeah, here it is. Let's copy these lines and paste here. So after finding the comment, what we will do is await post dot find find one and find one and update. We will update the post. Okay, let's add the async here, request, response, and next. Now let's add the comments to be comment id, and let's pull from here. Let's pull the comment from the post. So comment should be comment id and new should be true, so that after pulling the comment, we can get the new data. Now what we'll do is we will delete the comment. Okay, so comment should be deleted, and we are going to return the response with a status of 200, and JSON should be, let's send a message that comment has been deleted. Okay, now let's create the request delete comment, delete, and let's add the url. The url should be slash delete slash the comment route. Let's copy this. We will delete this comment. Okay, something is wrong, I guess. What can be the problem? Let's remove the terminal and go to comments. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, sorry, this should be delete. I mistakenly wrote here get. Now it should work fine. Let's see. Comment has been deleted. Now let's go to the database and see if the comment has deleted or not. Yeah, the comment is not there, so it was deleted. And you can see inside the post there is no comment. So this route is also executed successfully. Now we can move ahead to the next route. Let's remove this request and let's remove the terminal also. Now let's move ahead to the next route, that is delete a reply comment. So it should be router dot delete, and the URL should be slash delete slash comment ID slash replies and the reply ID. So it should be delete reply comment controller. Let's copy the controller name, paste it here. Let's go to comment controller, paste it here, and let's now create the function. Okay, let's add the async request response next. So now let's get the comment ID, reply ID from request.params. After that, let's add the try catch block. Now let's find the parent comment. So const comment, actually we can copy from here. So copy these lines and paste it here. Okay, and after that we can just use the filter method to delete the reply comment. So comment dot replies will be equal to comment dot replies dot filter, and let's iterate through it. ID and id dot to string, id dot to string does not equal to reply id, so it will be deleted. And let's save the comment, and let's return the response with status of 200 and JSON data. Let's return the message comment. You can add reply deleted, reply comment deleted successfully. Okay, and let's go and enter the new route, delete reply comment. Let's first create the comment and create the reply comment. For that we need the comment ID. Let's copy this user ID and paste it here. And okay, parent, we need to copy the comment ID also. For that, let's go to the comments. This is the new comment, so that is why we have to copy this comment ID and paste it here. Okay, so reply is also created. Now we have to delete this reply. It should be delete, and let's see what was the route. Delete comment ID, replies, and reply ID. So after that, delete. Now reply id should be there, so let's go and paste it here. Sorry, it was comment id. So let's get the reply id from here. Copy the reply id and paste it here. Let's click on send. So reply comment was deleted successfully. Let's refresh to see if it was deleted or not. Okay, so we can see there are no replies, so the comment was deleted. Now let's create the reply comment again. Okay, now let's delete this requests from here and let's move ahead for the next route. So the next route will be like a comment. So router dot post slash slash comment slash comment id slash, actually let's add like in front of it, so it should be like comment controller. Let's copy this, paste it here. Let's go to comment controller. Okay, so let's get the comment id from request.params. Okay, yeah, request.params, and after that let's get the user id by whom the comment was liked. Try catch block. So now let's find the comment first, copy the same lines again. After that, if comment dot likes already includes the user id, then we will return the error, custom error, that user has already liked this comment. User, you have already liked this comment. Okay, the status code should be 400, and after that else comment dot likes dot push user id should be pushed. Now after that we are gonna save the comment dot save. Now just return the response with status code up to 100 and JSON data. Message should be comment liked successfully. Okay, and let's return the comment also. So let's like a comment, new request, like comment. It should be like slash comment id. Let's copy this comment id. Yeah, paste it here. Let's go to body. Let's add the user id. Let's take one of the users. Let's take John's ID. John will be liking the post. Paste it here. And let's click on send. Okay, it should be post. Yeah, so comment liked successfully. Let's verify. Let's go to our database. Let's click on refresh. Let's see. Okay, there is one like. So this route is also created. Now let's move ahead to our next route. Copy this, paste it here, and it should be dislike a comment. So it should be dislike, and let's change the route dislike. Copy this and paste it here. So we can copy the like comment controller, copy till here, and paste. Yeah, we just have to change these two lines. Okay, so let's add it like this. You have not liked this comment, so you cannot dislike it. Let's now change these two lines, and let's change it to dislike. Yeah, so this should be comment dot likes equals comment dot likes dot filter id id dot to string should not be equals the user id. So the user id should be removed, and yeah, now we have to save the comment dot save. Perfect, that's it. So this route is also completed. Let's check this route. Let's create dislike comment, copy the url, paste it here, and for the body, copy this, paste it here, click on send. Okay, comment disliked successfully. Perfect. If you click again, then it will say you have not liked this comment. Perfect. Now let's go for the next route, that is like a reply comment route. Router dot post slash comment id slash replies slash like slash reply id. And the controller should be like reply comment controller. Copy this, Okay, paste it here. Remove these requests. So let us extract the comment ID and reply ID from the request.params. Okay, after that, let's get the user ID from request.body. Okay, after that, let's find the parent comment. For that, let's copy this line, paste it here, and after that, okay, after that, let's write const reply comment equals comment dot replies dot id, and inside this reply id should be there. After that, if we don't get any reply comment, then we are going to throw the custom error that reply comment not found, and status code should be 404. Else, if reply comment dot likes dot include user id, if the user has already liked the reply comment, then also we are going to throw this custom error. The error should be user already liked the reply comment, or you can write here u400 status code, and after that, else reply comment dot likes dot push user id, and we have to save the comment. So await comment dot save. Now let's return the response with status code of 200.json. Let's add message reply comment liked successfully, and let's add this message here, that is comment. Okay, now let's check this route by going to like the reply comment, like reply comment, post. Let's add the url. So what was the route? Let's see. Comment id replies like reply id. Okay, so let's get the comment id. Comment id, paste it here, slash replies slash likes, and the reply comment id. Copy this, paste it here. Now we need a user ID. User ID. Let's get Jack's ID. Okay, let's click on send. So reply comment like successfully is there. Let's check inside our database. Let's go to comments, go to replies, and you can see. Okay, so the reply comment is like successfully. Now we can move ahead to our next route, that is dislike a reply comment. Dislike a reply comment. Let's change the route a little bit. It should be dislike, and it should be dislike also. So let's copy this, paste here. Let's copy the like reply comment controller. Should be kind of similar. Okay, now we have to change some small things here. It should be already you have not liked the reply comment. It should be like this, and after that let's, it should be reply comment dot likes dot filter. We have to filter out the user ID from likes. So id dot toString should not be equal to user ID, and the user ID should be removed. This is how we can dislike the comment. And yeah, that's it, I guess. Let's change it to dislike. Okay, it is done, I guess. Let's create the request. Dislike reply comment. Copy from here, paste it here. It should be post request. Let's copy the user ID for the body, paste it here. Let's click on send. Okay, before that let's change it to dislike. And yeah, so comment disliked successfully. If we click again, you have not liked the reply comment. Perfect. So click on refresh and see, no like should be there inside the reply comment. So yeah, perfect. So the routes for the comments are all completed now. So let us now move ahead with the story routes. So let's create stories.js. Okay, and let's create story controller.js. Okay, let's go to stories.js. So let's create the first route, that is the create story route. So it should be router dot post, and the route should be slash create and user ID, and the controller should be create story controller. Okay, now let's copy this and go to story controller, and let's create the function. Okay, and let's write here module dot exports and create story controller. Okay, yeah, let's import the story schema so that we can do database operations. And let's import the user schema also. User. Okay, let's make it async request response and next. Okay, and after that, let's get the user ID from request.params. Okay, request.params. Now let's get the text from request.body, and let's create the try catch block. Okay, next error. Okay, now inside the try block, let's create the image variable here, because we are going to upload the image also. And if there is image request.file, then image should be process.env.url plus backticks. Inside backticks, uploads slash the image name should be there. So request dot file dot file name. Okay, and after that, let's create the new story equals new story, and inside it, let's add the user as user. Okay, let's write the user ID here, user ID, and after that, add the image and text. Okay, simple. Now, after that, let's write await new story dot save. Okay, and let's return the response with a status code of 200 and JSON, and we can return the new story. Yeah, so everything is done. Now let's go to models and update one thing here, that is uh, inside story schema, for the created add field, we have to add the time after which the story should be expired automatically, like we can see in Facebook and Instagram nowadays. So you can write this expire, and after that the story will be automatically deleted from the database. Let's go here and import this. Now let's test the routes. Looks fine. Yeah, okay. You can copy this also and paste it here for extra validation and import the custom error. Yeah. Now let's go to our Thunder client. Okay. Okay, I forgot this. To upload the image, I have to add this middleware. Upload. Now I have to import the upload function. Yeah. Now I think everything is done. Okay. One thing is still remaining, that is to require the story route inside our index.js. So inside routes and stories. Yeah. Now let's use it as middleware slash API slash story. Yeah. And let's add the variable here, story route. Okay. Now we can use it. Let's go to collections and let's create a new folder, story, and let's create a new request that is create story, and it should be post request localhost 5000 slash API slash story slash create. Okay, and we need the user ID also. Let's go here. Let's go to users. Let's copy John's ID and paste it here. And for the body, let's okay, not JSON. We have to go to form. And what are the things that are required? Let's see. Go to, yeah, text is there. Let's say this text is my first story. Let's click on files. For the file upload, it should be image, and let's choose the file. Go to pictures and let's take this image. Okay, let's click on send. No user found. Strange. That is strange. Okay, the problem is no user found. That's kind of strange error because I have copied the username, sorry, user ID. Let's copy this again carefully. Go to create story, paste it here. Yeah, looks fine. Looks the same. Let's click on send and we can see picture is uploading, but it is saying no user found. That is strange. And if we go to stories, there are no stories. So what can be the problem? Uh, Everything looks fine here. Let's go to story controller and let's see. Let's console log the user ID. Let's add a console log here also. Click on send and let's see. Okay, no user is there, but the user ID is printing. Let's copy Jane's ID and see if it gives us same result or not. Let's click on send. Same result. The problem is somewhere else. Our code is perfect, I guess. Okay, this should be user. That was a silly mistake. Now it should work fine. Go to create story and let's click on send. Yeah. So the story is created successfully. Yeah. Now let's remove the terminal. Yeah. And let's go to stories and I hope we can see the story. Yeah, the story is there. Now let's go for the next route. That is get all stories. So router.get slash all slash user ID. Okay. And the controller should be get stories controller. Let's go to story controller and let's create the function. Okay, now let's get the user ID from request.params and let's create the try catch block. Let's find the user first. For that, let's copy these lines, paste it here. Okay, and after that, so we want to get the stories of those people whom the user is following. So that is why const following users equals user dot following. Okay, so const stories equals await story dot find user and in following users. Okay, so this will get the stories of the users whom the user is following. So now let's populate the data. So we will populate the full name, username, and profile picture. Okay, now we can return the stories response.status 200.json stories. Okay, So let's go to users and copy G's ID, paste it here. Let's take this picture and let's create the story first. My first story and so on, let's say, and let's create another story. Okay, so I have created stories for this user. Now let's follow this user. Okay, copy this user's ID and I want to follow this user, and I want Jack to follow the previous user, that is Jeet. So paste it here and let's follow. So the user is followed successfully. Now let's fetch stories for the current user. Get the URL should be all slash user ID. Now let's see. You can see only Jeet's stories are there. So this route is also working fine. Okay, so now let's remove these requests and let's go for the next route. That is get user stories route. So URL should be slash user ID. What this route will do is it will only fetch the users stories. So get user stories controller. Let's copy the controller name and let's create the function. Okay, now let's get the user ID. Request.params.user ID. Let's create the try catch block. Next error. Okay, after that this is easy. So const stories equals await story dot find. Here user should be user ID. Yeah, and let's populate the details. User, and we want to populate full name, username, and profile picture. That's it. Now we can return the response with status code of 200.json stories. Okay, you can add this validation here also. Okay, perfect. Let's test this route. This is get user stories. Copy this, paste it here. This should be user. Let's click on send. Okay, something is wrong, I guess. Okay, so the controller is not defined. Okay, it is imported. Let's click on send. This user has not stories yet. Let's copy Jane's ID, paste it here, and I hope I can see one story there. Yeah. So this route is also working fine. Let's move ahead to the next route, that is delete a story. Router dot not get, it should be delete, and slash delete slash story ID and delete story controller. Copy the name of the controller, paste it here. Let's create the function. So const user ID equals request.params.user ID. Actually, we are not taking user ID, so no point to write this line. Let's remove this and let's get the story ID. So request.params.story ID, and let's actually take it here. Okay. Now let's find the story from the database. Await story. Actually, we can delete it like this. Find by ID and delete. Let's add the story ID here. And yeah, just we can now return the response, and message should be story has been deleted successfully, or you can write story has been deleted. Yeah. Now let's create the new request, delete story. It should delete and the story ID we need that. Let's go to our database and take one story ID. Let's take this story ID and try to delete it. Paste it here and let's click on send. So the story has been deleted successfully, and let's go to our database to see if it is deleted or not. So there are two stories. So the story was deleted. Now let's go for the next route. Let's copy this and paste it here. And this route should be delete stories. So delete all stories. Yeah. And let's add all here, or stories you can add slash all, and let's add the user ID. You can actually write here stories. It should be fine. Yes, yeah. Delete stories controller. Let's copy this controller name, paste it here, and let's create the function. Let's copy this and paste it here. It should be similar. Let's take the user ID, and it should be user ID also. Now let's change this to delete many, and let's write it like this: user and user ID. Now change it, and stories has been deleted. Okay, let's test this route. Delete all stories, delete request, it should be. Let's write the URL. Okay, we need the user ID, but let's first check the route. Yeah, actually you can add this line also here. Let's add this line. Yeah, let's check the route. Okay, stories slash the user ID. Let's take this user ID. Let's paste it here. Let's click on send. So stories has been deleted, and yeah, hope there are no stories left. Okay, so this route is also working. Now I think we are done with our story routes, and let us now move ahead to our next route. So let us create the controller also, conversation controller. Okay, now let us go back to conversations.js and create the first route, that is the new conversation. So router dot post slash create, and the controller name create new conversation controller. Okay, let's create the function, and module dot exports the function name. Okay, let's import it. Let's write async here because this is an async function, and let's write try catch here. Okay, next error. Now let's create a new variable here, new conversation, and if request dot body dot first user doesn't equals to request dot body dot second user, then we are going to create this new conversation. New conversation. Okay, let's import the conversation schema. Conversation equals require, Inside models there is conversation. Okay, so now let's create this conversation. Participants should be the first user, request.body.first user, and request.body.second user. Okay, so after that the new conversation is created. Now we are going to save it. Let's create the else statement here. Else throw new custom error. Okay, it is not there. Let's add the message. Sender and receiver can not be same. Okay, and the status code 400. Const saved conversation equals await new conversation dot save. Okay, now let's return the response. Response dot status, it should be 201 dot json. Let's return the saved conversation. Okay, so let's test this route. Before that, let's import the conversation route. Conversation route equals require inside routes inside conversations. Okay, now let's use this as middleware. API slash conversations conversation and conversation route. Okay, okay, so now we are ready to test the create conversation route. Let's go to Thunder client, create a new folder, conversation. Let's create a new request, create conversation. Okay, it should be post request, and let's add the URL here. API conversation slash create. Let's go to body and provide the first user and the second user. Second user, we need the user IDs. So let's go to our database and get two user IDs. Let's copy Jane's ID and John's ID. Okay, now let's see the route. Okay, is route is perfect, and now let's click on send. So the conversation is created, I hope. Let's click on refresh. So go to conversations, and yeah, the conversation is created. And yeah, now let's create the new route, that is get conversations of user. So it should be get request and slash user ID, and the controller should be get conversation of user controller. Copy this and paste it here as usual. Let's create the function. Okay, so now let's create the variable conversations equals await conversation dot find. We are going to find using the we're going to see inside the conversation database and inside participants. It should check for the request.params dot user ID provided. Okay, and as a response with status code of 200, it will return the conversations. Okay, let's see if it works or not. Get conversations, it should be get request, and we need the user ID. Let's copy this user ID. Let's remove the terminal. Let's go to the conversations, and I had already created some conversations, so let's copy this user's ID and paste it. You can see. So let's go for the next route, that is find two users conversation. Okay, and it should be router.get slash first user ID and second user ID. Okay, and the controller should be get two users conversations controller. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here. Let's create the function. Okay, let's copy this, and what it will do is it will find in all of the elements of the array using the first user ID and second user ID. Let's create the new request, get to user conversation and get request, and let's add the URL and click on send. You can see the conversation is there, so this route is also working fine. Now let's create our last route, that is delete conversation. So router.get slash delete slash, it will take conversation ID, and let's name the controller delete conversation controller. Copy this, paste it here, and now let's create the function. Okay, so now first of all get the conversation ID from request dot params dot conversation ID. Okay, after getting it, we just have to find it from the database. Or you can write await conversation dot delete one using the ID should be conversation ID. And we have to delete the messages also. So message dot delete many, it will take the conversation ID. Okay, it should be message, and let's pass the conversation ID. It should be conversation ID. So that's it, and let's return the response. Conversation deleted successfully. Okay, let's import the message schema from models and message. Okay, go to Thunder client and test this. Delete conversation, it should be delete, and we need the conversation ID slash delete slash the conversation ID. So let's take this conversation ID and paste it here. Let's click on send. Okay, some problem is there. Let's go to terminal and see. Okay, nothing is there. I think the problem lies in conversations.js. Let's write next here. I forgot that. Let's click on send. That cannot be the problem. So the problem is somewhere else. I have to find that. Let's console log the conversation ID and see. Let's click on send. Okay, nothing is there, so the request did not happen. So the spelling is perfect. Okay, this should be delete. Again, a silly mistake we have done. Now let's click on send and conversation deleted successfully. So let's click on refresh and let's see. Okay, the conversation is deleted. Now the conversation route is ready. Now we have to move towards our last route, that is for the messages route. Let's create the message controller. Okay, so now let's create our first route, that is create message route. So it should be router dot post, and the route should be slash create, and the controller should be create message controller. Okay, now let's copy this name and go to message controller, and let's create the function. Okay, the function is created. Now let's import some important modules, that message schema from models. Now let's make this function async function, and so let's create the new message. New message, and it will take request.body, and let's create the try catch block. Okay, so now let's write const save message equals await. We are going to save this message to our database. After that, let's send the response as JSON data. We are going to send the saved message. So that's it. The route is created, and let's import this controller. Now let's set up the middleware for message route. Message route equals require. Let's require it from routes slash messages. Okay, URL should be slash API slash message and message route. Okay, so now for messaging, let's create a new folder, that is message. Okay, let's create the first request, that is create, and it should be post. Okay, slash API slash message slash create. Okay, now let's go to body, and it will take the conversation ID, sender, and text. Let's see inside the models, text and sender. Yeah, let's add the sender. Now let's go to our database and copy some IDs from there. This is the conversation ID. Let's get the sender ID. Let's copy this, paste it here, and the text should be high. Now let's click on send, and the message is created. So this route is complete. Let's make it 201, and you can see it is created. So This route is complete. Now let's go for the next route, that is get messages. So router.get slash conversation ID, and controller should be get messages controller. Let's copy this, paste it here. Let's create the function now inside message controller. So the function is created, and let's get the messages from the database. Message dot find, we are going to use the conversation ID from the request.params. So conversation ID colon request dot params dot conversation ID. Okay, it will find all the messages from the database, and we are going to send it as a response and messages. Okay, let's copy this and paste it inside our exports. Let's create get messages request, and let's set the URL message, and we need the conversation ID. So let's copy this conversation ID, paste it here, and let's click on send. So it is there. Okay, the route is working fine, and let's go for the next route, that is uh, delete message route dot delete, and delete message controller. This is an optional route, though nowadays in Instagram, Facebook, social medias we can see this feature. So let's create this route also. Okay, this is very easy. Await message dot find by id and delete request dot params dot message id, and the message should be deleted. Let's send the response with a status code of 200.json, and the message should be message deleted successfully. Let's create the request delete message. Okay, it should be delete. Let's go and copy the message id, paste it here, and let's click on send. So the message deleted successfully, and let's click on refresh. So there is no messages, and the route is working successfully. So we have created all of our routes. Now one last thing is remaining, that is to verify our JWT tokens. So let's go to our middlewares and create a file verified token.js. So here we will create a verified token functions which will ensure that the user claiming to be authenticated is indeed the legitimate user or not, and it will see if the JWT is valid and has not been tampered with. So this is an extremely important step of our project. So let's do this. So let's import the JWT module here. Require JSON web token. Okay, after that let's create a function to verify our tokens. That is verified token function. Okay, and it will take request, response, and next. So let's get the token from request dot cookies dot token, and if there is no token, we will throw a custom error. If there is no token, so throw new custom error. The message should be you are not authenticated, and the status code should be 401. Let's import the custom error. Okay, there are no suggestions, so let's import it manually. Const custom error equals require dot slash error. Okay, so it is imported, and after that we are going to use the verify method here of JWT module. So it will take the token and it will take the secret key process.env.jwt secret, and there should be an async function which will have error and the data. So after the verification, what it will do is, if there is any error, it will throw the custom error, and the message should be token is not validated or valid, and you can write the status code to be 403, and you can write request.user_id equals data.id, and after that you can write next here, and that's it. Now we can export our function verify token. So let's use that function as a middleware here. Verify token, it will be applicable to all the routes that are inside our user route, post route, or whatever route it is. Let's write the function name here. Verify token. Verify token, and here also verify token. So I have added the verified token middleware to all of the routes. Now before every CRUD operation, it will verify the token. Now let's log in to generate the token. Okay, Yeah, I have to restart the server. It was killed, I guess. So let's restart as nodemon index.js. Okay, the server is started. Let us now try to log in. Okay, user not found. That's strange. Let's write it as John. I think John is there in our database. Okay, John was there. So logged in is successful. Now, if we create any post and we need John's ID, let's take it and paste it here. Let's click on send. So the post was created, but we don't know if the JWT token was verified or not. So let's console log the request my second post. Let's click on send. You can see the request is there. That means the verified token function was used. So the verified token function is working fine. You can go to posts and see the post should be there. My second post, there it is. So yeah, that's it. We have implemented every functionality that was required to create this REST API. And that's a wrap for today's video. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, share it with your fellow developers, and subscribe to Fullstack Snehasish for more insightful programming tutorials.